going on, Blue? Going on, Scuba? T4, what's going on, buddy? Weekend was good, extremely busy, but good. We got the phone call. We pick up our pre-approval letter on Wednesday. So Mel and I have a 10 o'clock appointment at the bank to finalize the pre-approval. Hey, Juice. Yeah. Yeah, no surprises. Yeah, we ran the new reports. You put a ton of money in it, so a lot of things changed for the extreme better. So it's this is actually just the finalization. He gets to actually get the letter, so we should have bids in Wednesday night, Thursday. We've already got places that we've earmarked. If they survive the next 3 days, we are gonna see if we can go look at them. Oh, it is. We have a realtor, friend of the family's. But open houses are scheduled independently because of COVID. So 90% of the houses you basically do virtual tours of. Or they have videos posted where you just watch the video of the walkthrough. And then we'll narrow it down to the ones that we absolutely are going to offer, and then we're going to ask to see the ones that we offer. Yeah, open houses have to be scheduled per couple right now. So, but we kind of know what we're in for. What's going on, Stro? I think more or less we're going to be more worried about the inspection more so than the walkthrough. So it'll be exciting. I'm pretty stoked. Yikes. I mean, did you have to overnight it? He was. He is starting to carve out his usage. Let's be real. Both of those running backs were impressive yesterday. And the Patriots looked like they were going to win until they shot themselves in the foot. So it's nice to see the roles reversed. Usually it's the Bills that shoot themselves in the foot in the fourth quarter against New England. But this time it was them shooting themselves in the foot. And it's a nice thing to see for a change. Shaq rookie, nice Quicks. Dig it. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the Bears, man. The undefeated Steelers? Are those the Steelers you're talking about? Tua. I love Tua's first drop back was a fumbler. I was like, oh, here we go. But then he turned that right around. Bears play calling is so bad. Yeah. Yep. So it was not a beautiful win for Buffalo, but I'm gonna go with the age-old: a win is a win. I get it, Vince. I get it. My fantasy team escaped with another win. So I will share this with you. I know this has nothing to do with fantasy. This has everything to do with interpersonal behavior. Hey, what's up, Sean? I got something with your name on it, bud. So I offered a trade. I offered a trade to the person I was actually playing this week. The person I was playing this week was 3 and 4, so middle lower part of the 10 teams. I'm in first place. I offered to get rid of Tyreek Hill as basically a gift for Miles Sanders, who is not supposed to be back till next week. So basically, I was giving him a star wide receiver to play against me with. Even I said, "We'll even do it before the game if you want." Very lopsided. Like, he was definitely getting more value than I was getting. And he fired back a text message saying, "No, I'll give you Johnny Bum Ankle." And I was like, "No, you're looking a gift horse in the mouth." And this dude had the audacity to say, Tyreek Hill is a bum, he's garbage, and he's spotty at best. This is the level of stupidity I work with in this other league. So I said, okay, fine. No trade. He scored 60.8 points. I scored 122, and 25.8 of that was Tyreek Hill. Hey, Hannah. So not only did I beat him, I doubled his total point total. And then afterwards, I sent him an email saying, hey, listen, I want to say thank you. You declining that offer was the best decision you could have made for me. I was like, it's a good thing you didn't need those 25.8 points. Yeah. So with that said, he is now banned from trading with me. I told him he will never receive a trade from me for the rest of eternity, since this is a Dynasty League. And that's because he didn't just politely decline. He had to be negative that I was done with him. I was like, you can just dwell at the bottom. And he's the commissioner of the league, by the way. So I'm willing to wager he probably quits and decides he doesn't want to play anymore. Oh, this is brand new, first time ever broke on the show for Sean. Sell him. All right, Sean, are you ready? This is for Sean. I haven't opened any of these on the show, so beginner's luck is in full effect. It's the Hit Parade Football Stacked Box Edition 2020 Series 1. 5 out of 50. Let's see what's inside. What's going on, cards? Hey, Frank. Quicks, it depends on what sport you're looking for. 2019 Panini Contenders. I do, Joe. It's sitting right next to me. Now the question is, Sean, do you want me to open it or do you want me to send it to you? What's going on, Jason? Absolutely open it, he says. There we go. It's not a pony. Sorry to disappoint you that it's not a pony. Alright, I know I'm going to need a bunch of these, so let's get them now. Alright, good luck. DK and Marquise Blair. What's up, All Rise? Me, Cole Hardman. Russell Wilson winning. Devin Bush. Miles Sanders and J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. C.J. Mosley out of 175. Playoff ticket. Scott Miller. David Long, cracked ice. Rookie ticket out of 23. Dawson Knox and Devin Singletary. Eric Dungy. Madison. Wow. And finally, rookie ticket variation, Paris Campbell. There you go, friend. Five autos per box. Football under 100. I don't know if anything in football is under 100. Basketball, there's definitely nothing under 100. For football, the closest thing that we could possibly have blasters. Blaster boxes will be the only thing under 100. 2020 Panini Chronicles draft pick mega box. One guaranteed auto right now is only $89.95. Hey, Johnny Hodge. Excellent, man. I don't care who you vote for, guys. I don't, that's your prerogative. But I was in the military, and I believe you should vote. I'm just going to sum it up by saying that. I don't care who it's for. It's your right. It is your right to choose whoever you want. But just choose somebody. A lot of people did not get to come home fighting for your right to vote. Maybe not your right to vote specifically, but for your rights as a country. So let's at least have the common courtesy, if you are American, Obviously doesn't apply to my non-American friends and my Canadian friends. And just vote. Honor their sacrifice by voting. No, I don't break packs, Eli. Just boxes and cases. Nope, you don't have to. You don't have to at all. But I just wish you would. You're welcome, man. All right, Joe, this is yours, bud. Cheapest for a decent 200. Unfortunately, the hobby has inflated quite considerably when it comes to pricing, with the exception of hockey, because hockey is always awesome. All right, we got one for Joe here. Hit Parade, graded note, Series 6, 27 out of 50. Hey man, it has nothing to do with me. They're just making a consistent product. Or unless you mean Joe is consistent in getting them. This is a bounty. $2006 $5 reserve star note. That is 66 gem uncirculated. Circulated. Circulated. Well, I meant gem uncirculated. There you go. That's right. That's right. 66. It'll actually work in a vending machine. I've got 2 boxes for you to choose from, Joe. I have a blue box and a white box. Which would you like? The blue or the white? That is true, Jedi. That happened. All of that did happen. The blue box. Let's go take a look. It's a Funko Pop. It is a Star Wars Snowtrooper. There you go. Yeah, Dave Funko. Famous President's Funko. Hit Parade, Graded Comic 2020 SIG Edition Series 5. 91 out of 100. There is house rules. 1 bounty per person per break. So if you hit a comic with a 6, you've already claimed your prize for this break. Detective Comics 819. Signed by Leonard Kirk. It's a 9.4 from 2006. There it is in gold ink. Senor Kirk. $92 out of 100. Excellent, Sean. Thanks. Yeah, that's right, Ryan. has a question of rookies. Defenders, number 32. It's an 8-5 from 1976. It's signed by Klaus Janson. It's probably Janssen, but we'll go with Janssen. I am Klaus. There you go. The Defenders. It's the origin of Nighthawk. Ruby Thursday joins the Headman. And Damon Hellstrom cameo. It's more the 1920 than anything. The whole market is inflated to a degree due to the pandemic and people having a lot of time sitting around at their house and really having time to dig into their collection. And those who are still working can afford to buy the cards of the people who are selling them to pay their rent. Maestro, no. Even at 690. Because if you hit a 2-0 or a Burra, that's between 500 and 1500, depending on the number. I'm averaging a Burrow every other box. Or a Tua. Everything will be open pretty quickly. And yeah, and Herbert is, yeah, that's true. No, Eli, it changes every single year. As far as, so I don't handle any of the buying, but this is what I've gathered from listening to those guys talk. It varies year to year. There is no flat rate because they change a lot of times card counts. But there is, I know for one of the companies who will remain nameless, you have to agree to sell it at a price no less than what they state. So they avoid the devaluing of their product by stating you must sell it for a minimum of X dollars. So a great way for them as a company to control the price of their product is in your contract you cannot sell it for less than what they allow. So even if something is god awful and you want to get rid of it, you have a bottom line that you're allowed to sell it at. Alex, you have a break here, bud? Thought I saw you in the chat. Yeah, Tom, that's a perfect example. And that's also, if you look, it's not us. Go on to Cardboard Connection. The MSRP is $1,025. So that comes directly from the manufacturer. It has nothing to do with us. All because it's a strong rookie class. The first off the line did, yeah. The first off the line is going away. As you know, first off the line is a very limited run. So that's a supply and demand thing I'm going to have to assume. We've blown through cases of that stuff. I would be stunned if we had a ton of it left. More than likely, Tyrone. I haven't looked at any of the orders yet. Alex, are you in the chat? Yes, Tyrone, it was for you. I just haven't processed it yet, bud. Relax, please. I got you, buddy. I know. Oh, you're adding to the order. That's what's taking so long. Hey, L Bolt. What's going on, man? Ah, now I see what you're doing. All right, well, while you're doing that, I might as well process and start running everybody else's orders in. I do what I can. I did. James had a great time. James went as a first order trooper. Here's a funny thing. We were so caught up in the moment. I swear to you, this is how much fun we had. We were so caught up in the moment. I don't think we have a single photograph. We just went out and we just did it. We just had fun. I don't think there were any photos. All right, Juice. Yeah. There's I don't see a single photo. I have videos, but he's not in them. Like videos of just stuff. Yeah, we were so caught up in it that we didn't even do the photos. I have. Yeah, I've only done a handful of them. Not many at all. They're selling well online. What's up, Brian? I've got a break with your name on it. Not that I'm aware of. I will be up at 5 o'clock. I get home at about 2 o'clock. I'll probably take a quick nap. I'll get up at 5, make a thermos full of coffee, and I will be at the polling station by about 5:15, 5:30. In New York State, it opens at 6. I'm hoping to be one of the first at least 50 to 100 in at 6 so that I don't have to be there very long. Immaculate Collegiate first off the line, right? Mario, no, I didn't. Nope. Yep, I do, Ryan. Um, I was going to, and when I went to my father's house for the football game, I was gonna swing by one of the early voting stations, which is out in the middle of nowhere. And they were even like, if you walk in, because I called, they're like, if you walk in, you're gonna vote immediately. There's nobody here. And I completely, with the Bills win, completely forgot on the way home, and by the time I recalled, it was already closed. So it's like, well, I got to do it here. So instead of doing it in the middle of the day, now I have to wake up really early and do it. So the only person I hurt was myself. And here's what I'll tell you. And you know, I don't lie. As much as a lot of people in here think that my ticket is going to be all one color, There is, and I'm not going to name the name, but there is a certain couple of local government people that are in my traditional party that I'm not fans of. So I can tell you with all honesty, my ticket is not going to be all one color this year. In the past, I've always voted for the best person. Sometimes if it was a toss-up, I would do my party line. But this year, there's a couple in my party that I'm not big fans of. So I will definitely have a multicolored ticket this year. And I say that with confidence. And nobody's going to know who my locals are a couple of you guys are from here. But I'm in Williamsville, so I'm in a different district than 90%. I think there's only one or two other people in the chat that are from my district. But they'll probably know what I'm talking about. But I'm definitely not voting party line this year. There are a couple of people I'm just not the same old. So I have a very open ticket this year. Yeah, Zach, then here's what I'll tell you, Zach. I'm not going to get into parties, but there's just some people that you may know one of them that just has not been doing their job, regardless of what party they're from. They just weren't doing their job. So, I don't care. They could be running against a hot ham sandwich, and I would vote for the hot ham sandwich because that person just needs to leave. That's all I'm going to say. Thanks, Juice. You're right, Tom? Yeah, there's just, I'm just not gonna name that person's name, but they have, you sit back and you look at their last, it was either 2 or 4 years. I can't remember what the local official has. And it was just like, you haven't done anything. You have been ill-prepared for everything. I don't care who you're running against. I'm over it. I'm just tired of, and I'm not talking about big government, I'm talking about local government. And I'm not gonna get political about it, but I'm just tired of local government not doing anything and expecting to run off of the coattails of big government and just adopt whatever they adopt. I want to see local government actually make decisions, actually stand for something. Oh, and they absolutely do not, Mario. Believe me, they absolutely do not. So I'm tired of people sitting around and voting all the same way. I want to see something different. I want somebody to surprise me. The lunchbox is a Pez dispenser, a can Funko, which are limited edition Funko minis, and I think a regular Funko Pop. I can't remember. I've only opened 2. They're cool, and I know those little ones, the tiny ones that come in a can, depending on what you get, those are super valuable. Those are very highly collectible because almost all of them are limited. That's actually part of the big selling point. I know most of the Pez dispensers are limited edition in that one as well. So that's just kind of a collector's exclusive type box. 2020 Basketball Mixer is, if you click on it, you'll see all the different boxes that are involved in that mixer. So you get a team, and I open up all those boxes, and you get everyone from that team in those boxes. Actually, I got it, Joe. Thank you. I actually caught that on my perusing through. I don't know. It might. It's still early. What's up, Post? It's not bad, man. Not bad at all. All right, let me look. Got that. Should be good. Buybacks are cards that Upper Deck made that they bought back from either eBay or whatever, and then had the player, most of the time, had the players sign them and then repackage them. Sean, I have a basketball mixer at 10 o'clock that still has spots. About a dozen spots last I checked. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm absolutely talentless. I think the only reason they hired me is because I can do this whenever I want. I can bring in the radio magic voice. And I think that's the only reason I'm here. No personality, no talent, but I can do this. Yeah, let me look. Let me take a peek. It is basketball number 17. Yep, that'll be the one. Oh, so there's 18 spots left. So there's a dozen and a half. Actually, now that I'm got it in front of me. So it's an 8-box mixer. You're going to get a team for 105 and some change. And then we're going to break Panini Black times 2, Contenders Optic times 2, Mosaic 8-pack Blaster times 2, a Choice Basketball Hobby, and an Obsidian Basketball first off the line. So if you get, let's say, New Orleans, then all the Zions pulled here are yours. Or if you get a, well, this is the important one. If you were to get Miami, all the heroes are yours. Oh, I have no idea. We don't bother adding those up. They're just, I might have it. Sometimes the call sheet does have, no, this one doesn't. Sometimes the call sheets have them on there. But typically it is a deal to get a team over the whatever the 1/30th of what that number would be anyway. That's why these mixers tend to be very popular. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Teams are randomized. It's double random. So we random the teams and then we random the people that are in there and match them up at the end. All right, Ryan's going to be up first because I said so. Then we're going to do Alex. Then Sean, Sam, Joe, and Jim. Thank you, Jason. Excellent, Sean. Should be a good time. Like, honestly, with the price of basketball now, your absolute best way to get in on it is breaks at this point, because it's too expensive to buy by itself for most people. Oh, excuse me. Oh, goodness gracious. I drank a lot of coffee today. I should not be this tired. All right, let me get my water real quick. Well, Sean, that's not a bad day. All right, Ryan. 67 out of 100. Hit Parade Graded Comic 2020 Sig Edition Series 5. Good luck. Captain America number 110. It is a Hulk cover and appearance. First appearance of Madam Hydra, a.k.a. Ophelia Sarkisian. Later becomes Viper. Signed by Jim Steranko. It's a 3-5 from 1969. There you go, friend. What's up, Thomas? How are you doing? Hey, Fitz. Couple of boxes? Lunch boxes, all right. Hey, Joe, what do you know? Good to hear, man. What's up, Rep? All right, cards, are you ready? You're frozen. Did you try resetting it? Well, this is for Alex. It looks like he's frozen, according to him. Good now? Okay. Hit Parade Baseball 2020 1956 Graded Edition Series 3, 90 out of 170. Wes Westrom. Grayback. Frank Malzone. XR. XR has been surprisingly productive. Zeke. Danielle. 249. DJ Moore. Felipe Rivers. Out of 199. Out of 99. Anthony McFarland. I don't know what that means. I've never seen this before. Does anybody know what wildcard points means? Random points? All right, I'll look into it. You asked for another Joe Burrow. How about a 1/1 Joe Burrow? Will that do? Love you too, buddy. So I've officially pulled the Tua and the Joe B 1/1. It's got to be the stash. Let's just keep that on screen for a little bit longer. Ooh, yeah, and Adam Trotman. Lamar. Ingram. Justin Jefferson out of 49. Darrington Evans. Julio. Keenan. Out of 199, Clavon. DeAndre. That's an X-ray of Chase out of 25. Out of 199, Huntley. Oh, hey, Doug, you missed it. Jalen Johnson. Jake Fromm, 249. Juju, 75. Phenomenal potential, out of 99, Joseph Burrow. Chase Claypool, out of 75. Triple swatch auto. And Michael Pittman Jr. Doug, would you really like to know what you missed? I'll show you. That's not shabby, right? That's pretty good. I mean, there's probably a market for that card somewhere. You're welcome, buddy. Wild card points. They will run between, you can either win 150 to 15,000. So it's anywhere between 15 and, or excuse me, it's anywhere between 150 and 15,000. That is what wild card points are. Three people that have responded. One got 250. One got 500 and one got 500. So there you go. Well, Fitz, I can tell you it's not in this hour because I haven't even processed yours yet. So you are good for a while, man. Sean is up now. And after Sean's will be the 8 o'clock break. You're welcome. With that said, Sean, are you ready? There he is. He's like, I'm ready. You ain't gotta ask me. I'm ready. All right, Sean. Hit Parade Mystery Box 2020 Star Wars The Force Edition Series 4. 35 out of 50. Wouldn't it be crazy if, in addition to the Joe Burrow 101 you just got, if that point card was a 15,000? That would be the greatest of all boxes. A U-Wing featuring K2SO medallion card from the Star Wars Galactic Files. The wild card points, it's regular Panini points, but it's just this wild card, and you won't know what it is until you redeem it. Gold Yoda. That's a Walmart exclusive. Kylo. These are original. Yes, they are. 1980, The Empire Strikes Back. Rack Pack. Good old 97 cents back in the day. So that's why this was so heavy. Huh? It's a coffee table book. And it's a good 10 pounds. Star Wars Legends. The saga of Star Wars continues in the mighty Marvel manner. Star Wars 45 through 78 and Annual 2. It was originally 125. I mean, it's a lot heavier than you think. Trust me. It is. It looks like it's those comics in book form. Alright, you also grabbed the Star Wars Graded Edition Series 2. I've got 14, 15, and 35. I'm just going to go left to right. Whatevs. Really? I thought it would be more. Interesting. Oh, baby. 1977 Darth Vader letter on the saber hilt. That is a 75. Nope. Bounty is for comic books. That's the last one left. There you go. Nice little Vader. Excuse me. He's like, I got him on the big screen too. 14 out of 50. Uh, 1983, Salacious Crumb. That's an 8.5. Yeah, cards. We absolutely will get that taken care of. Don't you worry about that. And 35 out of 50. It's a trap! 1982 Kenner, Admiral Akbar with beige torso. That's graded 80. Near mint. Chris gets it. All right, there you go. No matter which way you cut it, those are cool. You're very welcome, man. Absolutely. I see what they did there. I dig that. I dig that. Greg got a couple. But hey, you like what you like, right? Excellent. That should be one of the last four, so that definitely will be happening at 10. All right, let's do this. 2020 Baseball Mixer. It's a 9-box David Adams Card World live 30-spot random team break. Oh, random isn't up. Interesting. Five. $12. Greg M, Minnesota. David L, the Rangers. Philip S, the world champion Dodgers. Sarah M, the Giants. Gregory K, the Pirates. Michael K, Padres and Indians. Gregory K, Orioles. Clint L, Reds. Michael K, Tigers and Rays. Kevin L, Mets. Gregory K, Royals, Braves, Angels, Cubs. Jason M, White Sox. Michael K, Astros. Benj, Red Sox. Chris B, Cardinals. Ian, Phillies. Gregory K, the Athletics. David L, the Yankees. Gregory K, the Diamondbacks. Louis P, the Blue Jays. Michael K, the Marlins and the Rockies. Brandon M, the Brewers. Sean S, the Mariners. And David N, the Nationals. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9er. We will kick it off with Topps Clearly Authentic Bees Bowl. It's all Bees Bowl because it's a Bees Bowl break. Good luck, everybody. And for those who are not in, enjoy the show. Out of 99, Paul Goldschmidt. Another Cardinal. This time, it's Jack Flaherty. So, St. Louis, as of right now, you have 100% of the break. There you go, Chris. We'll move it to 2020 Topps Archive 6 Series Retired Player Edition, featuring Hank Aaron. For the Florida Marlins, out of 42, Benny Santiago. Fun fact, Santiago is James. That is the Spanish equivalent of James. Santiago. Arroyo for the Reds. Cincinnati Red Stockings. Out of 71. Bowman Chrome HTA. Vaughn Grissom, Atlanta Braves. Jordan Brewer, Astros. And for the Red Sox, out of 499, Thad Ward. Baseball's finest. I didn't know there was a history of Thad Wards. Box topper, Cleveland Indians. Shane, don't call me Justin Bieber. Now I understand. Sanger. Acuna. Real Muto. Hernandez. Gratterall. Right. Alex Young. Seth Brown. Peter Alonso. Gavin Lux. Aaron's brother, Austin. Not this Aaron, a different one. Michael J. Trout. Okay. Ty Alexander. out of 15. That is a Gurriel autograph refractor. The rarity of this is extreme. Because there are no guaranteed autos, just guaranteed refractors. So that is actually a very big hit for Toronto. We'll follow it up with a Bo Bichette just in case you didn't like that one. And a Muncie. Hilliard. Wow. A bonus refractor. This, just with these two cards, makes it a loaded box. Because you have received 100% more hits than are guaranteed. And it's a Dylan Cease rookie, but this one goes to the White Sox. Yeah, they do. They do exist. The Red Sox are right down there with the Patriots. Yamamoto. Shut up. Keen Wong, but that's not what I'm excited about. One refractor parallel per box. Refractor 1 in 18. Black refractor 1 in 36. There are only 18 packs in this box. Here is our third refractor. Freddie Freeman going to the Braves. Nunez. Oh. Grisham. Solak. Zach Gallen. Two out of 5, Dylan Cease. White Sox rookie. Yes, this is a certified hot box. An auto, a gold auto, a gold, a red, and a regular. Could there possibly be anything in these last two packs to blow away even the most skeptic at my statement? AJ Puck. I mean, that's a Yordan Alvarez that I didn't even notice. That's how intent I was. Good old Cedric Mullins. That is the best box of finest I have ever opened, period. Full stop. Baller! David was good, man. We went trick-or-treating. So we went trick-or-treating in a neighborhood in Depew, which is about 20 minutes south of where we live. With my son's godfather, who is also my brother, and my niece, and my brother's baby mama. And it was nice. It's a nice neighborhood. The police were patrolling in their cars, stopping kids to give them candy, which was nice. I guess that's one way to teach the kids that the police are not the enemy. And the fire trucks were stopping by, and for each little kid, they had little backpacks full of toys and little plastic helmets and candy that they were giving out. And they weren't giving them to everybody, but they were picking out the little kids and giving them to them. So James, being only 4, was on the receiving end of a cool little gift. So it was very nice. We social distanced. We stayed away from big crowds. Jean Segura, out of 50. Stayed away from the big crowds. It was cool. A lot of them had either the bowl was out front away from the house, or they had little candy slides where it was a long tube that they would decorate and shoot the candy down the slide. So it was nice. It was good. We were skeptical. We wanted to scope out the neighborhood before we sent him, because they said not necessarily to go door to door because of the resurgence. But once we saw most of them were using either bowls or the individual candies were in larger bags, we felt comfortable. So it was nice. Yeah, no. My head is like 7 5/8. I have a pretty big nugget. It's like one size below an 8 in fitted. So there's not a lot of things I can actually wear. I'm usually one of those one size fits most XL. Or I just go get a fitted. That's my size. I want to say it's 7 5/8. Double A. And Dylan Cease. I put it on my ear. Yeah. Yeah, it was good. Nico Green out of 99. We didn't buy candy this year since we were going to be out, and we're in an apartment until we close on the house. So we said, you know what? This one year we're not going to buy candy. We're going to be the mooches for a year. But next year when we get the house, I love Halloween. It's the only night of the year I can dress up and scare little children legally. So I'm all about it. So you best believe my house will be decked out for Halloweens in the future. Louis Robert. Prism throwback. Hand out bags of base. That's great. So yeah, we even said, like, all right, we know we're gonna be the receivers and not the givers this year, but in the future, we will have one of the houses that people will want to go to. I told my wife her Christmas budget, she's a huge fan of Three Kings Day and Christmas. Sean Murphy, out of 75. I said, you can have a Christmas budget that is pretty saucy if I can have one for Halloween that is almost as saucy. And we have that agreement. Michael Trout, out of 75, Whit Merrifield. We did have one that was similar to that. Acuna. They had a long PVC pipe and they decorated the pipe like it was a long dragon. It was cool. We had a good time. Everyone was really nice. Syndergaard. That's out of 50. My son was a First Order Stormtrooper, the all-red one. And we were talking yesterday when I was going to show we're telling my father. And he's like, oh, where are the pictures? And my wife looked at each other and went, oh my God, we didn't take any pictures. We were so living in the moment, so caught up in the moment that we never took photos. We're just loving it. We just had such a good time that our phones almost never left our pockets. AJ Punk. Yeah, we got it at the Disney store about 2 months ago. Had a clearance sale. It was their semi-annual sale or biannual or whatever it is. And they had all costumes were like 70% off. So we got him that for like, no lie, $17. It came with a full one suit with, it wasn't hard plastic armor, but it was like a soft plastic armor plating. Vlad Guerrero Jr. And a mask. And we had a blaster. And that was it. He's walked around. Although the mask did not last long. He went with a surgical mask because it was just, the other one was just too bulky. Yeah. Sorry, Ryan. Yep, at the outlets, Tatis. Kyle Lewis. Justin knows. How are you doing, Justin? Was your weekend okay? Good. It's good to hear. Jordan. Bowman Sterling. Six more weeks in a sling, that sucks. Well, the one nice thing about a sling is if you have concealed carry, that's an easy spot to keep it. Ain't gotta reach very far. Dave, it's well, I don't have another break till 10, so it's a little less than an hour. Gus out of 150. No, Tommy, I wouldn't do your break without you. I haven't even processed yours. I'm still working on the first 6. This is the group break that was scheduled. These piles are wrong, and I need to change them. There we go. Ah, yeah, I heard that there was that choice that needed to be made. Baez, 99. Big G, Greg Jones. Kyle. Patino, 199. For the White Sox, because they have not had enough hits yet. That's Matt Thompson. Quinn Priester, 125, the Berg. The Halloween costume from your past that you are most proud of. As an adult or as a child? Dealer's choice. In my adult life, the one that I was most proud of is about 9, maybe 10 years ago. I was Nick Lodolo, Red Sox auto. I did a Dia de los Muertos skeleton. I had shaved my head, and I used grease paint to black out all of my skin that was showing. Thankfully, it was in winter here in Buffalo, so you're wearing long sleeves in October. So I had a black long sleeve shirt, black pants, skeleton and gloves. I was a bouncer at a nightclub. So when I was completely all blacked out with just the white skull on, 3D skull, people stopped and asked me, were like looking at me like, I can't tell what color you are. I was like, well, then I've done a good job. And when I was inside the club, when I would go to warm up, because I was at the door for a while, when I'd go to warm up, under the black light, basically, I glowed. So it was kind of cool. Muncie. Verlander. This is the last box of the mixer. Brock Burke. What's going on, Greek? Mike, what's going on, buddy? Nice. Louisville, Texas Rangers. 9 out of 10. Josh Stoutmont, KC. Stoutmont. Yeah, Creek, that would suck, man. Oh, this is the rest of the pack. My bad. All right, now onto the one I just opened. All right, last pack. There it is. I was telling everybody earlier, the team I played was a dude who was talking so much smack. So much smack. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't double him. Apparently he had somebody that played last night. I beat him by 50. Exactly 50. Exactly 50. That is how terrible Captain Smack Talk was. All right, Sam, your turn. Yeah, I'm undefeated. Nobody's even close now. We have a President's Trophy in this league. They've already started engraving the President's Trophy with my team name. They switch everything out, Dave. So there's a lot of things that I don't have. Sam going twice. Yep, T4, it's being loaded now. It should be another 10 minutes before it goes live. All right, that is a no for Sam. We will move on to Joe. I know Joe's here. Joe is Reliable Man. I don't think I've ever called Joe's name where he wasn't like, I'm here. 100% of the time. Next up, Jim, you can start getting nervous now. Because you're up next. I know how you like to sweat it out. So here's your first call for sweating it out. All right, Joe, 87 out of 100. Hit Parade Graded Comic 2020 SIG Edition Series 5. Uncanny X-Men 267. It's an 8.5. From 1990, signed by Jim Lee. Early Gambit appearance. That is also a bounty. That is a 6. So you get the last bounty. Amazing Spider-Man #1. It's a 9.8 from 2014, signed by Dan Slott. Wizard World Atlanta edition, John Tyler Christopher cover. I already know what it is. I don't even need to open it because there's only one left. We can skip that and go straight to a Muppet Tumbler. There you go. Did a good job. Got both bounties today in separate breaks. That's within the rules. Yeah, the new one is actually really good. He strikes me as somebody that'd be really cool. All right, Juice, is your stomach sufficiently upset yet so that we can do this? Panini Immaculate Collegiate Football first off the line goes to Juice. Oh, that's a fatty. Oh, that's a big one. That is, listen, there's thick, and then there's this pack. That's crazy that they didn't even approach him for two. Right? Gotta be a cleat or a hat. Out of 10. Gabe Davis, UCF, the Golden Knights. Out of 20. It's Brandon Ayuk's glove. Out of 22. It's Chase Claypool's cleat. Out of 99, Nate Stanley. Out of 49, Devin DuVernay. Out of 5. Jake from State Farm and DeAndre Swift. There are some Bulldog fans that are going to want to get their hands on that. And Noah in Benogany out of 49. Auburn. out of 10, Brandon Ayuk. Or there's no glove, which is a possibility. Jalen Hurts. Well, this one's interesting. Out of 99. Burrow, Tua, Air Bear, and From. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just isn't the same. Out of 49, Zach Moss. Now, this is a card that a lot of people want to see. There's a little bit of history on this card. It's numbered 8 out of 10. Well, it's not Tua and Judy. Not as much history as Jalen and Tua. Here's what I'm going to tell you about this card. It's really sharp. Edges, corners. This is in... I can't tell you to do this. But this is exactly what I'm going to say, which I believe is within my legal bounds. If I hit this exact card that's in my hand, I would have it graded based on the condition it appears to be in. Take that for what it's worth. But I would send this one in. Not a lot of thick cards grade out very well. Not saying it's a 10, but this is in very good condition for a thicker card. Thicker cards have a lot of really bad edging and corner issues. This one has very little of all of the above. I'd have to take a closer look at surface if I were you, but this is in really nice shape. So there's my 2 cents. Out of 99, Eno Benjamin. And Julian Aquara. Yeah, his chin strap. It's streaming on I'm streaming on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. All right, let's process some more. Ah, there you are, Sam. I called you about 25 minutes ago. It's good to see you're here now. All right, Sam. 2020 Phoenix foosball. So admittedly, and I will take a moment to say this, previously I had said I was not a huge fan of Phoenix. I had said that they haven't done anything to impress me over the last couple of years. You know what? This year's really not that bad. I have to say there's actually been some really cool things that we've seen out of here. So I'm gonna say, yeah, this stuff's pretty decent. Years past, I was not thrilled, but this year has definitely improved upon what they've done before. So, there you go. Justin, no, not where I am. Josh Allen out of 149. Tua, rookie rising. Quintez Cephas. Devontae Parker out of 149. This is like the OPG premiere of football. Jonathan Tate out of 175. Eno out of 35. Yeah, we barely escaped with our lives. I actually said that earlier when we first started the broadcast. Darrington Evans out of 75. Tua. But I'll take it, man. A win is a win, especially over them. Cousins out of 175. Jake Fromm out of 50. CSC Julio out of 175. Josh Allen, flamethrower. The Peoples Jones, out of 175. Drew Brees and Lavishka. Out of 75, Julio. Veteran Materials, out of 50. Garner, the Stash Minshew. And Tyler Johnson. Derrick Henry, 299. Mike Ditka. And Michael Warren. Juju, out of 75. Candy Golden, 299. Chark. And Dobbins, last pack. Gurley. Fireforged Ditka, out of 35. Wentz is a flamethrower. DJ Dallas. You are welcome. All right, I'm going to throw up the list, and then I'm going to process while I do that. So the list may be a little off, just a heads up. Well, Burn, you can always find another one. Hey, Bern, if you're comfortable answering this question, how old are you? How about this? Are you under or over 25? That, I think, is the best way I could put this. Exactly 25. Yeah, man, you still got a mountain to climb. Believe me, I'm speaking from experience. There's no crying in baseball cards. Oh, good adaptation. I like it. Well, Bern, if you want some honest advice, it comes down to self-evaluation. It's not about her. It's actually about you. You have to look at yourself and decide if at any point with what you have, be it personality or whatever, you have to look at yourself and decide, is there somebody out there that is going to fit better with me and what I want out of life long term? Thanks, Joe. It's not about her, it's about you, brother. Seriously, gotta look at you. I got married when I was 35. That's how long I waited. And I knew my wife for 9 years, 10 years before we got married. We weren't dating for 10 years, but we knew each other existed. Thanks, Fitz. Yeah, Cards, I like it. Great movie. Yes, Dave, I can't stress that enough. Live. Now, when I say live with each other, I mean you guys have a place that you're both financially responsible for. Not just she stays over. I'm literally talking you guys financially get a place together. Rent an apartment for 1 year. Split the bills or work out the bills however you want. But listen to me. Live with each other. When finances come into play and you have the first blow up about rent, then you'll see exactly where you two stand. Believe me, it's all beautiful. Yeah, Jeremy, it's good to see you, bud. It's all beautiful until money is involved. It's all easy if you can be living at your parents' house, or she lives at her parents' house, or you both live at parents' house, and you only have to go over to each other's house every once in a while. When you got to live with each other, when you have taco night and you're ripping sick farts under the covers, and she's got to put up with it, and you've got to deal with whatever idiosyncrasies she has, like she has to vacuum the carpet at 2 a.m., I'm telling you, man, you have not felt love until you've bought a shovel and a blue tarp. That is when you know you're in love. Yeah. Greek. Yeah, there you go, Bern. The bright side. I mean, hey, listen, I'm not discrediting anything, brother. I'm not saying she's not the one. No, I'm not saying that by any stretch of the imagination. But there are many, many life experiences you have to go through still that you haven't gone through yet. And the living together is the biggest of them. That is when you realize, dang, maybe this ain't gonna work. And by the same token, your first argument shouldn't end your relationship. Your first argument should just be an indicator of how much criticism you can take and how delicately you can give it. Heed those words very well. All right, there are a few things that we do have that are going to be oversold. So I just want to give everybody a heads up. I'll let you know once I print out all of these. But some things that were low stock might be oversold. We'll get through it. We'll figure it out. Burn, you're welcome. When I got married, I had to learn an entirely different culture. Because my wife is from Puerto Rico. Not only did I have to learn to live with her, I had to learn to adapt to that culture, which is very different than your typical, and I don't mean this in a racist way, but different than a typical white household. Things do not run the same in a Hispanic household as they run in a white household. And again, I can't stress it enough. I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just saying it's different. There are different cultures. There are different rules. There are different roles in the family. And you have to meld those together. I love seeing Tom Brady get sacked. It's one of my favorite things to see. I can watch it on a loop. There you go, cards. Yeah, my wife was born just outside of San Juan. As I like to say, mi esposa es Boricua. Brady angry. Go home, get yelled at by Giselle. Brady have bad day. Wear Uggs, feel better. Giselle mad I no win every game. I sleep in guest house. No, I haven't had the opportunity. We were supposed to go twice. Both times we went, one, a hurricane, one of the largest hurricanes in history hit. We were going to go for rebuilding, and then I got sick with my back. Well, I didn't get sick. I got my back inflamed to the point where I was out of it. And then shortly after recovering from my back, I had double hernia surgery. So both times we never made it. Yeah, I know, Tommy. I know. I have a pretty good mastery of English. My French is enough that I could get by. My Spanish is no so beautiful. I understand more Spanish than I can speak. And I can't read it at all. So you have to read it to me. All right, I think I'm caught up. Mike, we have a 10 o'clock break, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these 6, I'll get probably 4 or 5 done before the break. The break itself will take about 20 minutes. Maybe at an hour, slightly less. So it's about an hour, maybe a little less. 45 to an hour. Don't be surprised if it becomes an hour 15. I'm chatty. You know me. No problem, Burn. Take care, buddy. If you drink, have a shot. If you don't, take a rip. If that's not your thing either, take a nap. All 3 do the same thing. Yeah, and all of the above. One usually leads to the other. All right, Dave. Man, I'm thirsty today. Speaking of having a drink, you guys know I don't drink. I told you I drink maybe a couple times a month, if that. I actually had two drinks yesterday. Crazy, right? Let the hair down. One in the first half and one in the second. I could, but the wait is about an hour right now, Gibby. What are you looking to break? I only have a select amount of things. Ed, are you ready? For basketball, I have encased first off the line Prism Hobby 2021 Contenders Draft and 1920 Panini Mosaic Hanger. All right, this is for Ed. Hit Parade Mystery Box 2020 Star Wars The Force Edition Series 4, 23 out of 50. Bon chance. Paper. Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. Vice Admiral Holdo. It's a Star Wars mashup. Darth Vader inspired Hot Wheels. Hask Thug. There you go. I am very excited to watch Tom Brady lose. I'm also a huge fan of Schadenfreude, so that might have something to do with it. Love me some Schadenfreude. Well, here's the reason why I say that. Hit Parade Mystery Box 2020 TV Edition Series 3, 7 out of 50. The reason I say that is most, not all, most New England fans really enjoyed talking poorly about the Buffalo Bills and how terrible we rightfully were. And then they lost Tom Brady. So a third of them became Tampa fans, and the other 2/3 stayed Patriots fans. So specifically the ones that jumped to Tampa, I'm very excited to see him fail. Bandwagon jumpers. Riverdale Betty. Rock Candy. Audition. Yeah, lost. There you go. That's it's probably better. There's probably a better term for it. How would you reword that, Dave? Let's have you use your words. Hopefully, I can repeat them. Dragon Ball Super. Woody Woodrow Woodpecker. Oh, excuse me. Batman 66. It's gigantic. The Hero 3-pack. Michonne, Rick, and Daryl. That's pretty cool. He's not lost, disposed of. I like that. Okay. Yeah. Oh. And you know what? It's not so much. It's not true Schadenfreude. This is the Hit Parade 2020 Pop Vinyl Lunchbox Edition Series 1, 17 out of 50. I enjoy when the Titan falls. When true change happens. That's what I enjoy. This is cool. Looks like a little bonus action. Warheads. Wally Warhead Limited Edition. But wait, there's more. It's Colonel Sanders. It's like Colonel, but spelled differently. No, Tommy. Still ads. Limited edition Yogi Bear. And last but not least, soda figure, limited to 10,000. Chili Willy. Oh, the jokes about living in Buffalo, none of which I can say. There you go. There is a chase. Maybe you'll find it inside your sealed can of Funko soda. How did this fit in there? Should have taken a picture. Come on, Tetris. Work for me. There we go. Ah, that's right. They seal it on the outside. All right. 29 out of 50. Mayor McCheese. All right, Gibby. Space Cadet. Looney Tunes. All right, take care, Ryan. And Grape Ape. Out of 6,000. Grape Ape, Grape Ape. Yeah. All right, Dave. We're not just due for fire in the encased. We are overdue. All right, and finally, buybacks. 1920 hockey by Upper Deck. South Buffalo's own Patty Kane. Out of 199. Out of 25, OPG rookie auto. Chuck of the Matthew variety. Spectra, first off the line foosball. Isaiah Simmons, out of 60. Dwayne Haskins, out of 50. Jordy Nelson, out of 75. And out of 50. Chase Claypool, green auto. Daniel Jones, out of 99. Die cut, out of 50. Jalen Smith. Bobby Wagner, championship gear. And out of 25, Patrick Willis. Looks like 130, maybe 100. I would say 100. Odell Beckham Jr. out of 10, first off the line exclusive. Greedy out of 99. Out of 75, Justin Air Bear. And out of 25, first off the line exclusive, Brandon Ayuk. Excuse me. Jordan Brooks, 5 out of 5. J.J. Watt, out of 50. Excuse me. How about another out of 5? How about Justin Jefferson, building blocks, out of 5? And the next card's going to be not too much higher. Out of 13, Jordan Love and A.J. Dillon. It's 130 stock. It's actually slightly smaller than 130. It's probably about a 120, but you only find these typically in 100s and 130s. So it's pretty secure in a 130. If you're wondering about points, by the way. All right, there you go, bud. You're very welcome. Yeah, Brian, right? Unfortunately, I believe it is illegal to sell. I know on eBay you can't sell anything that has DNA on it. Like you can't sell a tooth. So the secondary market would be interesting because you wouldn't be able to use eBay. All right, I have to take a small pause. I have to create the list since you guys sold out the other break. They did from the 2000 election, I think it was. Not just any hanging Chad, a Florida hanging Chad. All right, I should be able to squeeze a couple more breaks in. I'm burning through this list a little bit faster than I thought. All right, there are two people that missed out. Marco T and Matt M. Your orders came in after it sold out, so those will be zeroed out and the money will be not accepted for the transaction. So just a heads up. Looks like 3 people bought them within 3 minutes of each other. Gary got the last spot. Marco and Matt, unfortunately, did not make it. Yeah, the hair relics are actually okay. I believe the DNA degradation in hair is extremely fast. Not so much for teeth, and there was something else. I don't remember what it was. right, Jason. Jason, we can squeeze yours in. Hit Parade Hockey, limited edition. 13 out of 100. Out of 299 from Premier. RPA of Andrei Vasilevsky. That is on card. No sticker there, even though it looks like a sticker. It's actually not. There you go. You are very welcome. Fitz. All right, Fitz. I've got one lunchbox. The question is, for the second one, would you like me to open it tomorrow or send it to you tomorrow? What's up, KB? Send it? Okay. All right, Fitz. Hit Parade 2020 Pop Vinyl. Lunchbox Edition Series 1, 20 out of 50. Limited Chase Twinkie the Kid. Mega Man. You are welcome. And Big Boy. Limited to 7,500. Give me about 45 minutes. You are welcome. 2020 basketball mixer. It's an 8-box David Adams Card World Live 30-spot random team break. Four. Eight. Samuel H. has Houston and Washington. Edward S. Sacramento. Lewis E. Dallas. Samuel H. Indiana. Zach M. Golden State. Lori M. New York. Joseph P. Cleveland. Zach M. Toronto. Sean F. Boston. Brad J. New Orleans. Thomas B. Orlando. Sean F. Milwaukee. Benj, you have, Portland. Brad J. has Detroit. Jeremy E. Utah. James O. San Antonio. Lewis E. Oklahoma City. Zach O. the Clippers and Chicago. Mark D. Denver. Thomas B. Atlanta and Brooklyn. Gary W. Minnesota. Jeremy E. Memphis. Brandon W. Charlotte. Catherine Lakers. Edward S. Phoenix. Lewis E. Philadelphia. And Mark B. Miami. Thanks, Sean. $19.20 Panini Black Basketball. Rui out of 99. Harden out of 149. For the New Orleans Pelicans, rookie Nicole O'Malley out of 99. Out of 65, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And for Philadelphia, 76ers, Ben Simmons, 101. You got Portland? Nice. Hero 149. Out of 149, Dylan Brooke for Memphis. Celtics. Out of 49, Grant Williams. Out of 65, Cleveland, K. Poe Jr. Out of 49, Denver, Jokic. Mosaic. Laster. That is Sacramento. THT. Will to win. Luka Doncic. Prism. Birdman. Going to the Celtics. Paul Millsap, Denver. DeAndre Hunter, Atlanta. Prism, Carson Edwards. Pippen to the Bulls. Brandon Clark. Grant Williams again. Old school Kevin Nash and Cam Johnson, both for Phoenix. LeBron James. That is of the Lakers variety. Isaiah Roby. Oh, you got 0 cards, 3 boxes into the 8-card break. I'm sorry to hear that. Good thing there's still 5 more to go. Oh, look, Portland. Dame Lillard. Got game. Zion. Will.i.am's son. NBA debut. January 22nd, 2020. Where were you? KZ. Will to win AD. Steph Curry. Goes to Golden State. Darius Garland, Cleveland. And for Boston, I got you a taco. LeBron. For the Rockets, give and go, Russell Westbrook. AI 76ers. Dinwiddie and Noel. Wilt the Stilt. Ty Jeremy. Boston. And Ty Jeremy. Contenders Optic. Obrey. Fultz. For the Lakers, LeBron James out of 99. Isaiah Roby. Oh goody, we get to random one. Should be exciting. Utah and Phoenix. Gonna flip a coin later. How about R.J. Barrett uniformity? New York. Murray. Porzingis. That's Dallas. For Atlanta, it's VC. VC. For Atlanta. Prism rookie from the New Orleans Pelicans. Rookie ticket. Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Excellent. I get to do it twice. So much fun. Golden State and the Hornets. And Devin Booker for Phoenix. Mosaic Choice. Mellow. That goes to the Portland Trailblazers. KAT. Dylan Windler. Culver. That's out of 88, by the way. Also out of 88 for O-Town, it's Markel. Out of 88, it's John Paul Wall. Keldon Johnson. San Antonio. And Jalen Noel, Minnesota. Last but not least, before the randoming, Obsidian first off the line. It's an indicator to them that they need to hustle. Powell's brother, Paul George. That's out of 16. Yep. Both of them have hit. KAT out of 99. Golden State got a Curry. Out of 49, Jared Allen, Brooklyn. Maybe not Toronto. Maybe not Toronto. But I do know Golden State. Out of 99, Dylan Windler. Another one for Cleveland. And an RJ for New York. All right, we got a little bit of randoming to do. Excuse me. All right. We'll kick it off with Utah and Phoenix. Heads is Utah. Phoenix is tails. All right, survey says heads. That's going to go to Utah. And then AD from the New Orleans Hornets. So that technically goes to all the New Orleans Hornets. Goes back to Charlotte. So it's between Charlotte and Golden State. AD is on the top, so he's heads. Golden State is on the bottom, so he's tails. Let's do it. Tails goes to Golden State. All right, there it is. You did. Take care, Ryan. All right, this is Joe's. John, absolutely no idea whatsoever. I'd have to take a look at all of the ones that are in, and then I'll let you know. But before that, we have two other breaks. All right, Joe has Hit Parade Graded Comic 2020 SIG Edition Series 5, 84 out of 100. Wolverine version 3, number 61. It's a 9.6 from 2008. Signed by Arthur Soydum. Stand it up there. Five out of 100. Wolverine number 1. It's a 9.6 from 2014. Sacramento sketch exclusive from Wizard World. Storm and Black Widow appearance, second printing. It's signed by Greg Horn. All right, Fitz, soccer time. Brian. Brian, we are out of SIG series graded comics. Would you like me to open them tomorrow or send them to you? You're welcome. Hit Parade Soccer 2020 Limited Edition Series 2, 30 and 62 out of 100. Out of 10 from Spain, Alvaro Morata. Well, he's a legend. From Serie A. Played for AC Milan, amongst others. Marco van Basten. Three-time Ballon d'Or. Dig it. You're very welcome. All right. Do you prefer Abdul or Jalil? Which one do you prefer? Abdul Hadi? Excellent. So we have a birthday. Abdul Hadi has got a nice little birthday gift right here, consisting of Hit Parade Soccer 2020 Limited Edition Series 2. Happy birthday, my friend. I hope you get exactly who you're looking for. right here. All right, let's get a little birthday luck. From Obsidian, Jersey Auto, Manchester United, Marcus Rashford. And by the way, that's going to be numbered out of just 25. Dig it. And 61 out of 100. All-time legend from Arsenal. I know for a fact there's an Arsenal, at least one Arsenal fan, more than likely two Arsenal fans in the chat right now. 25 out of 25, all-time legend, Robin Van Persie. Little RVP. 25 out of 25. Stay looking, nose. Simply put, a beast. There you go. Two very good cards, my friend. Hopefully that fulfills your birthday wishes. May the rest of your year go well also. All right, I'm going to start processing the rest of the breaks that we have in now. So bear with me a moment. Then we'll update the list. Take a look to see what type of time we'll have left. And we'll go from there. Haha, David, I like it. Give me the one from the bottom. I dig it. I will do that, man. I shall do what you seek. You're welcome. Daniel Jones needs to realize he is not an elite quarterback and cannot make those superstar throws. He can't make Pat Mahomes throws. He needs to worry about making Daniel Jones throws. All right, it's going to go David, Scott, then John. All right, David, I don't know if you can see in the background. Fresh from the bottom. What up, Mac? No, I'm not booked, buddy. Here's what I got. Here's what I'm going to tell you, though, Mac. I got 3 small breaks right now. And by small, I just mean low card count. And then I'd like to take my lunch. And then we'll go. Yeah, Dave said it before I did. Yeah, after these 3 and my lunch, man, I'll be wide open as far as the ability to break. All right, take a screenshot. I'm going to make it go away in 3, 2, 1. All right, Dave made a request. He used the note space to request. He requested the bottom one from the stack. Says here right in the notes, I want the box on the bottom of the pile. Thank you. He even said thank you. I had to. I have to do it. He said thank you. That implies that it's done, and therefore I must do it. 2020 Origins. Looking like a VCR. In VCR cassette inside its case. Booyah. Good luck, man. JJ. Patrick, don't call him Pat. Mahomes. His mother will find you. She has a particular set of skills. Chase Claypool, 199. Brian Edwards out of 25. That's looking good. Tyler Boyd, 299. Adam Thielen, 99. Rookie Auto Blue, Cam Akers. That's his first Claypool. That's his first Edwards. Good. So, I wish I had a Rams fan here to explain this to me. What's up with Akers? Has he been injured? Does he just suck? What's the deal? You're welcome, bud. Ah, gotcha. Both of my leagues, they're trying to fire sale him for pretty much anything anybody's willing to offer. All right, Scott has been waiting a hot minute for this one. Encased. First, hold on. All right, hold on. My screen is frozen. So you're going to see the Riddler question mark, and then it'll be back. There we go. There we go. I learned how to unfreeze it through accidental trial and error. But now we are back and good to go. Scott has been waiting for a while for his encased first off the line. Good luck, friend. Befuddling, one of my favorite words, Dave. Out of 99, Brogdon. Jokic out of 199. Draymond Green out of 99. Ersan Ilyasova out of 99. And the big one. With a 10 autograph, the rookie from Denver, Ball, 1 out of 35. Double patch auto, 1 patch for each ball. Graded 9. There you go. Oh, I see exactly what they graded down for. I'm looking at this card going, these corners are perfect. These edges are perfect. I was scratching my brain for you, trying to figure out what was wrong with this card that they gave it a 9. It's right here in the foil. Right there. See it? Just the slightest little bend in that foil. That is the difference between a 9 and what I think would be a 10, because it's flawless except for that. And considering with that they made it a 9, it must have been near perfect otherwise. So there you go. The card's, when you get this card in your hand, it's beautiful. Except for that little bend right there. I like to try to figure out what's wrong with cards when they grade them below what I think. This one I was actually able to figure out. Oh, really, Scuba? Gee, I hope I have it. I like your notes. I like your notes. Vince, are you going to wait till midnight or are you going to do them before? Nice, John. Sorry, Mac. All right, this is for John and Joel. We've got some mosaic hanger boxes. Excuse me. Good luck. Jonathan Isaac. Millsap. Ayton. Turner. Gallinari. T-Mac. Blake. KD. Nicolo Melli. LeBron James. And Brandon Clark. Number 2. Kobe. Eric Pascal. Clark debut. Iggy. And New York hero, Patrick Ewing. Gotta love those Ewing sneakers. First pair of sneakers ever after a player. I owned those sweet white and green Ewings. Told everybody to check out my Ewings. And then I was corrected and told it's pronounced Ewing. I was no longer cool after that. Quindary. Pascal Siakam. Old school T-Mac. How about Zion Williamson? Garland and Fernando. Hit Parade graded note series 6, 41 out of 50. (2003) Federal Reserve note, 66 gem uncirculated. All right, friends, there you go. That's true. For every alpha, there is an omega. And for every omega, another alpha. All right. I will be back at, oop, that's wrong. 11:35 p.m. Eastern. So I'll see you guys in a half hour. If you order something just like it says up here, let me know in the chat. Other than that, I'm leaving the room. I'll see you in 30. What's going on, Armando? It's me. How are you doing, buddy? Life is grand. That's what I like to hear. Good. That's always a good thing. Promotions typically mean more money. And money is usually good. Oh, goodness gracious. I'll get home at 2 today, 2 a.m. I will take a 3-hour nap. And then I'm going to go vote. And then if I'm really lucky, I'll be able to go to bed again afterwards. No, no. I'm going. Yeah, we have the option here in New York. They're setting the lines 6 feet apart, so the lines are extremely long. Yeah, no, we're allowed to here. Erie County wasn't too bad hit overall with Corona. We had like a 1% infection rate. So the Greater Buffalo area really hasn't had that much. I'm not the biggest fan of Cuomo, and I don't want to get political, but I'm going to say that, and I'm going to follow it with a compliment. As much as I'm not a fan of his, really truly locking down the state as early as he did for as long as he did helped Western New York, the Buffalo and Rochester areas, because we hadn't gotten it from the city yet, and it really hadn't come across from Ontario, Canada yet. So we experienced a very low infection rate. So as much as I hated being home, I have to say he did help us out. Did they? I heard there was a 60% spike over the last 3 days nationwide. Yeah, it helped us out. I mean, again, I'm not his biggest fan. I don't like how he handles business, but I have to be a fair human, and I have to give credit where credit is due. And while it sucked, it was the right call. It was. So, while we had New York State had that crazy spike in the beginning, it tapered off really quickly. California, you guys over there, man, I feel for you. I read the news from multiple places. Jedi, just wait for 2 weeks from tomorrow when voting causes a gigantic spike. Yeah, but I'll be fine. I screwed up. It's actually my fault. I had the opportunity to early vote yesterday in a polling place that had a residency, my old town. Early voting in Erie County. If you were registered in Erie County, you could vote anywhere early voting. So I had the opportunity to go to my old town. I grew up in a town of like 200 people. It was a farm. Like my first job was baling hay on a farm, on a heifer farm. So I could have drove the 45 minutes out there, and they were literally telling people, you would call up, they say, come now, there's nobody here. You can literally walk in, fill out your ballot by yourself and vote. And I got so excited with the Bills actually beating the Patriots that it didn't dawn on me that until today that I was like, oh, I missed early voting. Oh, day tripper, absolutely. No, this whole thing is brutal. Yeah, it's nuts, man. It's times like this, I wish I lived in New Zealand. New Zealand had it figured out. So, here's the thing. What really sucks about it, about the whole coronavirus thing, aside from all the people that died, it seems more and more likely that the antibodies are short-lived and you can get this a second time. Yeah, Mario, that's what I'm saying. Because apparently they've already had a couple of cases here in the U.S. where somebody who had confirmed got it once has gotten it a second time, months apart. So if that's the case, that means herd immunity is not going to work, unfortunately. And you can usually bank on herd immunity for a lot of minor things. If you have a large population and can't get everyone inoculated. But in this case, you can't even do the herd immunity. Now, mind you, I'm not a huge fan of herd immunity. But in some cases, it's the only answer. And it seems like, which would have been a perfect opportunity, unfortunately doesn't work. I was hoping there'd be a silver lining to everybody getting it, but there really isn't. The views of DC the Breaker are not the views of David Adams Card World. But, yeah, California, man. No bueno. Florida's got it really bad. My wife's family's in Florida. And there's even members of her own family that went for antibody testing and found out that they had it. And we're like, oh, dang, okay. Mario, to a degree, yeah. And I'm not saying that to jump on a bandwagon. I'm saying it because my wife has 3 dozen family members down there in Lakeland, which is uh, about 40 minutes from Tampa and about 45 from Orlando. One of them is, 2 of them are in nursing and imaging. Lake Havasu? Is it bad out there too? Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I don't get it, man. I don't understand going to a bar right now. I get it, people got to drink. But I don't understand having a packed bar. Going nuts in Kansas? Uh, yeah. Well, it's I remember when it initially happened. Been in the red zone for months. I how is it pronounced? Fauci or Fauci? Whatever it is, Fauci. He said it was going to be between 100 and 300,000 people dying, and that we would see a second resurgence. And then we were told that was a lie, but it looks like, unfortunately, he was correct. We're in the middle of 1 to 300,000 dead, and we're seeing a resurgence. If there was only some way to prevent it. Yeah, I know. I mean, the perfect example. Now, granted, it's an island, not a big one. Or at least I think it's an island. Now I got my second guessing myself. But New Zealand. New Zealand is a perfect opportunity. They were like, you know what? That young lady, and I say young lady because I've got her by 10 years. That young lady was very smart in the way she handled it. She had, and she was just reelected. It was funny. She was just reelected. Her landslide was so big that before it was over, the opponent conceded. It was like, yeah, you won. Take it. You don't need to finish. Yeah, they're already watching football again, and Australian rules football. Yep. You know, I don't think, and this is my personal opinion, I might be out of line by saying this, but what the hey, I'll say it anyway. I think people are using the term hoax. Not, I don't mean you, I mean the way people are saying it. I don't think they are using it the way that it's intended. I do not think this word means what you think it means. I don't think they think COVID is a hoax. I think the hype surrounding it is what they believe is a hoax. Oh, excellent. Thank you. I don't think they think the actual virus itself is a hoax, because that's medically proven. I think what they're saying is the hype around it is a hoax. Unfortunately, that's not a good thing to be thinking right now. Now that we know it's legit, we have to figure something out, man. Oh, Dave, that's terrible, man. So, if the president got it and admitted he got it, how can it be a hoax? I mean, he said he got it. He said he was treated for it. He's kind of the top dog in the United States. Yeah. There you go, Dave. That oceanfront property in Colorado? No, Mondo, I understand what you're saying exactly. No, I get it, man. It stays an active virus for way too long. Yep, I got him. Mondo, I got 2 kickoff and 3 chases. Both Jim Rice. I mean, there's worse ball players you could have got. Ooh, that was a buzz. Breathe that in a little too hard. All right, Rich. Topps 2020 Archive 6 Series Retired Player. Good luck. Need something solid out of here. Well, we're going to start off with a 101. Bronson Arroyo. That high leg kick. And 101. Bernie Williams. Well, I'd say for something that you've never opened before, 2 101s is pretty darn good. Mondo, I got 3 of the chase. I mean, I literally couldn't get you any lower numbered. That's about as good as it gets. 2 101s. Call it a day. Nice. You're very welcome. Get that 0 of 0? I wouldn't put it past anybody. Hey Vin, are you hanging around? There he is, right there, man. There it is. He was typing as I was calling. This is for the one and only Scuba Vince Hit Parade Graded Note Series 1 International Edition. 28 out of 50 and 29 out of 50. Good luck. No, God, no Canada, huh? You know, the first one's probably going to be Canada, right? China Central Bank. Very Choice New 64. It's 20 cents. What if it's like super rare Canada? Like a Pierre Trudeau autographed note. All right, 28. This is one of my faves. 28, big important number. So I'm thinking this is gonna be it. Yes, it is. commemorative Canadian $10. It's 67 superb gem uncirculated. Could see my fingers through it. Hey, listen, it's a commemorative bill. You've got Sir John Macdonald, Sir George Etienne Cartier, Agnes Masfial, and James Gladstone, A.K. Namuka. But you could see through it. Oh, that's lovely. There you go, bud. All right, Mondo. Sorry, Vince. I mean, I think I succeeded. That's a pretty awesome $20 note or $10 note there. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah. Where's Stu Hart? That's not Canadian if there's no Stu. This is a very legit looking bill. Canada doesn't mess around with its money. What's going on, Nikki? Who is the keeper of the Quan? And Jeremy, who is best friends with the keeper of the Quan and the keeper of the Quan himself. See, Scoobs? I told you. Big Germ. I like it. Call him Big Worm. Or maybe even Big Perm. But we'll start with Big Germ. Dave's like, Canada doesn't mess around with its money. Flips a loony and giggles. Hey, listen, it's not just loonies, it's toonies too. They have loonies and toonies. You know, I don't have to answer for Canada. I'm not a representative of Canada. I just spent the better part of my teenage years there. Oh, you're welcome, Scoobs. There he is. I found him. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Nice. I spent most of my time in Toronto and the Greater Ontario area with a couple of small stops in Montreal. So one of the cool things, if you go to Quebec, or Quebec as it's pronounced, if you want to get a free drink, all you gotta do is walk up to somebody and go, "Vive les Québécois, vive la résistance," and you are guaranteed a free Molson Canadian. Fact. I mean, for me it was. Of course, in my defense, in my teen years, I was really handsome, so they might have just been buying me a beer because I was good looking. By the way, it doesn't work anymore. No more free beer. I got fugly somewhere down the line. In Montreal, no. Montreal's... You don't say that in Ontario, though. In Ontario, all you say is, "Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, let me pick up my toque. I'm going to go now. Sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to call you a hoser. Sorry." So in Canada, now mind you, I was 19 years old. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was 17 years old. We had a school field trip. This is a true story. True story. Secret time. Secret time. Well, it's not really a secret, but it's a great story. Mondo won't mind me telling this while I open up his stuff. So I went to high school at Orchard Park High School in Orchard Park, New York. It's a fairly well-to-do school, or at least it was. We didn't live in Orchard Park. We lived out on the farm in Boston, New York. Yes, there's a Boston, New York. But because Boston was in the middle of nowhere, you had a choice of two different school districts. So we chose Orchard Park. It was supposed to be just better. So one of the senior blow-off classes was Canadian Studies, and it was being taught by a teacher who was retiring. I mean, I just can stop right there. This was his last year teaching. He said, for our field trips, because there were multiple, the last one, the big one, is going to be to Toronto. We are going to see, now this is in 1998. 98. They said, we're going to see, what was it? Phantom of the Opera, I think it was. Phantom of the Opera. He said, it's a field trip. Here's your permission slips. Get them signed. You're going to go to see Phantom of the Opera. We're going to have dinner as a group, and we're going to spend the night in Toronto. We're going to come back the next day after a day of sightseeing. Okay, cool. Now, Canadian Studies, I learned, hey, Quicks, I learned a lot in Canadian Studies. I actually learned a ton about the bi-parliamentary form of government. We got to go to the Parliament House. We got to see a lot of really cool things. I learned a ton about Canada, which is why I really started liking it. Well, we had two guys in our class who were already 19 that were held back in previous years. And the teacher said it was a class of 22. We had 4 chaperones. 4 chaperones for 22 kids. As soon as we got on the bus, he turned to his chaperones and said, "Where are we eating? The kids are going to be here." And basically we never saw them. They just let us loose on Toronto. They said, if anybody gets hurt, call us. That's it. So we all meet up for, I'm going to start breaking now. All right, this is for Mondo and Nikki. Big Germ is watching too. Hit Parade 2020 Pop Vinyl Exclusive Chase Edition Series 4. I got 25, 32, and 38 out of 50. We're in the middle of story time, talking a little bit about the old past. To continue the story, if you guys are just joining the story, you're going to be lost, but sorry, you should just watch the show more. So we meet up for the dinner. The dinner was to go right before we go see the show. We go see Phantom of the Opera. Simshaw from Doctor Who. That's a 2019 Fall Convention limited edition. So we get to dinner. Where we're having dinner, the teacher walks up and goes, "Hey, I gotta be honest with you guys. We're not here to see Phantom of the Opera. We're here to see this brand new play that just left Broadway and is now showing here. And I think it's extremely culturally important that you go see it. And I recommend you see it if you are uncomfortable with anything." And he went over what the show is about. He said, if you are uncomfortable with anything, I will get you your tickets to Phantom of the Opera at the Pantages Theater. Oh, nice. This is a light up Mysterio Marvel Collector Core exclusive. I see a button. If you press it, I bet you he lights up. Mysterio from Spider-Man Far From Home. So the teacher said, I'm not going to name him because so much illegal stuff happened. So he said, we are going to see Rent. Rent was just starting in Toronto. It just left Broadway. So he said, I really think it's important that you go see this show. I wasn't going to put it on the permission slip because Orchard Park is a very conservative area. And he didn't think any teachers would allow them to see it. So he said, we're going to tell your parents we saw Phantom. You're going to tell your parents we saw Phantom. But I want to take you here. If you're in, you're in. If you're not, you're not. So I was in. I was like, oh, cool. Dope. I had heard the buzz about it. I wasn't 100% knowledgeable on what the show was. But when I saw it, oh my God, it was mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. I learned a lot that day. Wow, Target exclusive. Captain America. Looking like a bit of an acid trip. Kind of cool. Dig that. Very trippy. So I went and saw Rent. It was fantastic. So afterwards, here's where I'm going to stop the video for people who are just casual watchers. They don't get the payout of this story. All right, video's over. So the teacher then turns after the show, goes, guys, wasn't that great? Now do you see why I was... You're welcome, Mondo. Now do you see why it was important that I thought you see this? Most of your parents would not let you see this, but this is something I feel you need to see. And let's be honest, in 1998, Rent was a very important show to see. Very, very important culturally. Afterwards, he goes, you guys have the night off. Do whatever you want to do. And Mike, one of the guys that I was with, who I was friends with, said, don't forget to shine the... Yeah, get my shine box. Is that what you're saying? Get my shine box? Mike pipes up and goes, hey, can I get a beer? And the teacher goes, well, how old are you? He goes, I'm 19. The teacher goes, legal drinking age 19. I can't stop you from drinking. Holy Christmas. Did I have one of the greatest school-sponsored and paid-for field trips in the history of field trips. Because absolutely did we go to the bar across the street. And have a blast. Have an absolute blast. In Toronto. And the teacher, all the teachers went out too, because we ran into them at one point. The bus ride home was very silent and just reeked of booze. There were no international incidents. There might have been some child that was a result of that. Not mine. But there might have been. There was somebody who had a kid right after school ended that was on that field trip. So I'm just telling you, it quite possibly did result in a lifetime decision. I swear. But yeah, Canadian studies, greatest class ever. By the way, no longer offered at that high school. We were the last class that I'm aware of. And that teacher did indeed retire that following year. Greatest teacher ever. Not because he let us do that, because he let us act like adults. It was, he said, whatever happens, I mean, you guys got to be responsible for it. So the guy was great. So, Mondo, I'm signing. Do you really want me to ruin those boxes by signing them? I don't think you want me to do that. I don't think you want to devalue them. And have me I'll put it on the outside box, the white box. How does that sound? I'll put it on the white outside box. And are all three of them yours, or am I supposed to be personalizing them to all three of you? To Nikki, all of them. Alrighty. Scuba, you didn't ask for one. Yeah. There you go. It is, yeah. It's going to be the spot. There you go, Scoobs. All right, did anybody else put one in? Because I haven't looked. I was too busy telling stories about ridiculousness in the 90s. Yeah, they just don't make field trips like that anymore. Thanks, Gary. I don't have any of those, unfortunately, my friend. Those are zeroed out. The only things I have comics are Deadpool and Avengers. Hey Mondo, how do you spell Quan? I've seen it spelled 3 different ways. Which version do you use? All right, I'll swap it out with Avengers for you. Brilliant. Actually save you a little money too. I did, Vince. That's true. Nope. They will open it. They will open it and search the entirety of the contents. That's from experience. You know what? That is actually true, Dave. You are true. You are. That's a fact. This would have been your box had you not specifically asked for the bottom. Ha! Oh no. All right, Web. Let's start here. Let's start Hit Parade Graded Comic 2020 Avengers Edition. Series 4, 66 out of 100. Captain America 349, Captain America 193 cover swipe, D-Man, Battlestar, Flag Smasher, and Ultimatum appearance. It's a 9-0 from 1989. It's the old red, white, and black suit. I like that suit. It's definitely one of the cooler ones anyone has had. 2020 Origins. Hey, Trav, how you doing, buddy? You know, you should really get off there. There's better places for you to spend your time. Kirk Cousins. Well, there you go. You won the box already. Devontae Parker. DeAndre Swift, 199. Denzel Mims. $2.99 Jimmy G. Out of 25. Taji. Survey says rookie auto Lynn Bowden Jr. Well, I mean, didn't you pull a 101 Burrow? Hold on, let me look. A little bit. They do their you almost got me to say something that I would have not been happy with. But I caught it. So I'm gonna reestablish my thought in my brain and say it the way it needs to be said. Nope, no matter how I think of it, it's gonna come out wrong. When it comes to their autograph, they both draw their D's the same. You're welcome, Webb. Such a child, Scuba. Such a child. No, Dave, no. That is definitely not where I was going with that. There was definitely not where I was going with that at all. I basically said exactly what I was thinking, but I reestablished it. Instead of saying they draw their D's the same, I said when it comes to their name and their signature, they draw their D's the same. Otherwise, it's just going to be, yeah, they draw their D's the same. Like, yes, that's it. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Hey guys, you remember that time DC was talking about DK Metcalf and Denzel Mims D's? I remember. I mean, I can't win all the time. You remember? I remember. You remember? Pepperidge Farms remembers. See? Do you when you do yours, do you put the extra little bump at the bottom? I had a bunch of friends who really had weird D's. They would put this extra little whatever at the bottom of it, this little like bump. And then I saw one person put the bump there. As a matter of fact, I think this is the one I've seen the most common. Blue, that's not good. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Mario's like, if you're just tuning into this conversation, this is going to be strange. Heck, I've been here the entire time and it's still strange. Yeah, yeah, yep. Yeah, but it's a strange D. But I've seen it. Seen a few of them. Yeah. Yeah, that market happens. Yep. I mean, it's all depends on what hand you use to make it. I'm sure left-handed ones look different than right-handed ones. It's true. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's literally in my name. DC. D C. D C. Mark's like, I don't even know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on, but I want to be part of this. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm in. Mr. C. That's what they called my grandfather. Hey, listen, some people are just a little more used to this type of conversation than others. Ah, that's exactly what it stands for. You figured me out. That's it. DC stands for don't change. Scuba Vince, don't change. I mean, please change your clothes. I'm just like, don't change you. Yeah. It's calm as a Sam. Oh, sweet, sweet baby Jeebus. I'm jumping in with both feet, he says. I'm knee deep in this conversation. we have fun on Monday. It's either really busy, and don't get me wrong, today was actually very busy. I was just able to burn through it pretty quickly. I mean, not super busy, but I did a good amount here. A lot of HP stuff. You like that, Blue? I just want people to think I'm on lunch. I'll put this up because somebody will ask me what there is, and then I'll have it up for exactly 0.7 seconds. And somebody will join in and be like, is he in lunch? No, I am here. Yeah, Mark, you're desensitized to it. It's like, oh, really tired. It's like a bouncer who has worked at a gentleman's club for a couple years. And then goes to work in a regular club, and a girl at the door is like, I'll flash you if you let me in. They're going to be like, why? I really don't care. Thanks, man. Either way, cheers. Scuba, it's just, yeah, no, Jedi, yeah, I am, yeah, so that's, okay. Does anybody have an order in? 'Cause I'm going to tell a story. If you have an order in, please let me know so that I can process your order while I'm telling this story. While I was in the Navy, I was stationed in Mayport, Florida. And the very second building off base is a gentleman's club. What's the 2019 Prism football? That's the hobby. The Prism football is the 19 hobby. Oh, scuba getting nasty. So the first building off of the base, it's on Mayport Road. The first building is a church. The second building is a gentleman's club. The gentleman's club is around back behind the church. I know, you can start the jokes. Technically, it's not supposed to be a gentleman's club because it's within 200 feet of a church. So it's technically was a bikini bar. It wasn't a bikini bar. So I worked at this place. And I got a part-time job working nights as a doorman at this gentleman's club, and it was owned by the Outlaw Motorcycle Company. So I was technically working for the Outlaws as I was in the Navy. They wanted somebody in the Navy to be their doorman because when they get raided, the cops arrest everybody. But the cops will not arrest military personnel because the paperwork involved in yeah, Dave, I don't know. Nobody fessed up to that. But the paperwork is so difficult that most of them will just let you go. It's like you're in the service. Like you have to get permission from the chain of command. You have to get, like, there is so much paperwork going into arresting a military person. Which MC? The Outlaws. The one that's actually called the Outlaws. The actual Outlaws. So the couple of outlaws that were there, the place was run by, I'm not going to say the guy's name. Now that I think about it, I'm not going to say anybody's name. There was one person who worked for the company that was there. There were two regulars, and then one, I don't know if they're called pledges or whatever they're called, but one guy that didn't have the patch. He was there regularly. He was the gopher. If something needed to get done that was terrible, that was the guy. Somebody throws up on the floor, that guy cleans it up. But they liked me because I didn't care. I was 19 years old and just didn't care about anything. Prospect, thank you, Mondo. So the prospect would do all the garbage work, and it was funny because he's even like, if you need if you need, I'm not gonna say the kid's name. He goes, if you need so and so to do something, he goes, you just tell him I give you permission to tell him to go do something. And he says, if he doesn't do it, he goes, then you tell me. Cool. So my nickname was Spike. Swear to goodness, I used to have long spiked hair. Yes, me. I had long spiked hair. And I would wait the door. They would call me Spike. And that was it. My job was to just stand at the door, make sure everybody was of age, make sure they had an ID on them. Don't let anybody in that's not supposed to be there, because it's bad for business if the outlaws get raided. It brings attention. So just keep people that aren't supposed to be out of there. If there's a problem, it's funny. Mondo. The word was used once. When somebody said, "Who is he?" He said it's an associate of the club. He handles our security. But at no time was I ever told that I was an associate of the club. Yeah, right, Jedi? So it was, that word was only used once with me. And I even had to ask, I was like, what is an associate? That means don't worry about it. Just don't say anything. Anyway, to get back to the original part of the story, obviously, I saw adult entertainment all night long. All night long. And after about a year and a half of working the door there, it was cool. Like, everyone liked me. And then I would go with one of the guys that were in the club who was also, he was a manager, but he was also huge. So he kind of was de facto security too, because I wasn't a big dude. But I was ripped because I was in the military. I was 6 foot, 185. No, I was about 180. I was 6 foot, 180. And ripped because I was active duty and we had a PT every day. And I was a machinist, so I was in a boiler room and sweated out all the extra weight I had. And if I ever had a problem, I just had to point to any one of the brothers in the club. And they would stand up, and if one of them stood up, they would all stand up. And if they all stood up, nobody did anything wrong, which was cool. So I left that. I moved back to New York. I got a letter of recommendation from one of the managers. That if I ever want to do security, just take this letter and give it to anybody. And if there's outlaws where you're going, if there's an outlaw club, you tell them that blah, blah, blah said, give me a blanking job. He goes, but you have to say it just like that. So-and-so, the person's name, said, give me a blanking job. Yeah, right? Who's going to stop me? So I didn't need that letter. I started working nightclubs in Buffalo. Doorman, entry-level stuff. The one day I'm at the club, it's maybe 3 weeks in, and this one girl had this worst fake ID I'd ever seen. I mean, it was, not only was it fake, it looks like they chalked a fake one too, and I was like, this is just terrible. So I was like, I was like, this is bad. I was like, I can't even make an excuse to let you in. This is terrible. And the girl said, and she was, I don't want to say this rudely because I'm not that person. She was aesthetically pleasing. She was in college. It was one of the college kids from UB. She was aesthetically pleasing, and she said, I will flash you if you let me and my friends in. And without missing a beat, I was like, why would I let you in for that? And everyone around her was like, oh, it was the damn Daniel before damn Daniel even existed. The guy working with me goes, how did you say no to that? I was like, big deal. It's just boobs. I'm not going to get fired for that. But it was hilarious because it was a very aesthetically pleasing young woman. And everybody was like, do you like girls? And I'm like, yes. But I also like working and making money. And if I let her in, I don't get to work and make any money. So yeah, that is a very long story to cover that point. No, actually, yes, sort of. Actually, Trev, I met her at a bar I was working at, but it had nothing to do with that. He's like, just kidding. Like, no, actually, yeah, I did. She was a singer. My wife was a singer. She's from Puerto Rico, so she sang. They had a Latin band that would do salsa and merengue and reggaeton. They would do everything that was Latin X. She was a singer, and I was like, wow, muy caliente. But I was in a very, very, very bad part of my life. And this is something I never deny to anybody who ever asks or even volunteer to people who don't ask. I was in a very bad part of my life in the later years of me working in nightclubs. When I started becoming a nightclub manager, my life took a decidedly poor turn. So when I met her the first time, she was all about, she's like, oh my God, you're this, that, and the other thing. And I told her, and it's funny, she'll tell the same story. She had a couple of drinks, and she was just like, I would be the greatest girlfriend you ever had in your life. And I looked her straight in her beautiful face, and I said, I am a horrible person. You want nothing to do with me. Trust me. You want nothing to do with me. And I meant it. So she would always flirt, and I would tell her, trust me, I am not the dude you want to hang out with. You don't want any part of this. You don't. Fast forward 8 years later. 8 years later, we run into each other in Texas at Geico. Neither of us knew that the other one was living in Texas, let alone working for Geico. And that was it. About 6 months later, 8 months later, we were married. And like 4.5 months later, James was born. Vagos? No. Oh, yeah, absolutely blue. Needless to say, when I met her the second time, and currently my life is in a far better place than it was 8 years ago. Far better. Back 10 years ago now. No, actually, scuba, funny. Yeah. Thanks, man. All of them are true. I will never lie to you guys. I will never lie to you guys. There's no reason as far as things like that. No, actually, my wife and I decided we would never have kids. We were going to go to Machu Picchu, climb up to the top of Machu Picchu. We had so many things planned. And the doctor said she couldn't get pregnant at all. So we were like, oh, cool. You know, we made this big plan. And then we found out literally the week after we got married that we were having James. And then James was 15 weeks early. He was born at 25 weeks. So within 25 weeks of being married, within like 20 weeks of being married, we were a family. And now I have that little mini-me running around telling me how goofy I look. And farting under the covers and giving me Dutch ovens. Because that is apparently his thing right now. Best part is, I didn't teach him that. That only leaves Mel. I have to assume that she taught him that. Yeah, fun times. I asked her, I was like, did you teach him that? She goes, no, did you teach him that? I'm like, listen, one of us taught him that, and I know it wasn't me. So James' full name, his first and middle name is James Kelly. He's actually named after Jim Kelly, the quarterback of the Buffalo Bills. And now I have a pile of, yeah, right? So when we found out James was supposed to have substantial health issues, he had like a 50% chance of being blind, like a 70% or 30% chance of being deaf. He had a 30% chance of having Downs because he held 2 of the markers for Down syndrome. They said he was going to have just an absolute myriad of health issues. We decided we wanted to name him something that invoked strength. And we wanted to name him like a fighter's name. Spartacus, we threw that around, but we couldn't think of a good way to nickname him. Spar just didn't roll off the tongue. Han Solo was one of the names. Han was going to be his first name, but our full name, Han Solo, and my last name didn't have a good ring to it. And then one of the guys at work said, James Kelly is a great name. And at the time, Jim Kelly had just finished his second bout with oral cancer and MRSA, and had beaten both of those, which are pretty heavy. And he was always known as a tough guy quarterback. He was always somebody that took a hit and got up most of the time. Almost all the time, except for his later years, which was just getting old. So I told him, I was like, what do you think of James Kelly and then our last name? She's like, I like it. So it became James Kelly. Looking back on it, now I love his name, but I found a name of a fighter that would have been so choice. If I had a chance to redo it, there's a 50% chance it would be Leonidas. And we would just call him Leo for short. Because that and my last name, I have a very, very, very Italian last name. So that would have been, I think Leo and then Leo C would have been cool. Leonidas and it would have been Leo for short. Leonidas with no middle name. But it's James Kelly and I still dig it. Plus, living in Buffalo, as soon as people find out his name, he's a rock star. Everyone's like, oh, James, like James Kelly? Like, yeah, his middle name's Kelly. They'd be like, oh! Your wife did? Got yellow? Got yellow. So, my last name rhymes, and this is about as close as I'm going to give it to you guys. My last name rhymes, I'm not lying, my last name rhymes with Versace, which is the reason if you notice, I always have on Versace because my last name rhymes with it. God, I can't get it to focus. Come on, focus. If it's not my glasses, it's at least my cologne. There you go. Anyway. That's like a lot of my family members. We'll rock something, like, we're not like Versace'd out clothes. But my entire family, like glasses, rings, necklaces, earrings, we'll have something Versace on us because our names rhyme with Versace. No, no, I don't wear belt buckles. No, don't wear belt buckles, man. I never got into belt buckles. I don't know why. When I lived in Texas, I learned about belt buckles and what they meant down there. But I buy fat guy belts. I don't even know whose belt I'm wearing. I have no idea. It's no name. Yeah. No. It's fat guy brand. God, this looks terrible on film. The best part is the camera over here is probably like, what is going on right now? And I may have to explain that tomorrow. Because that camera was watching me. The true meaning of late nights with DC. That's it. All right, listen, guys and gals. It's 101, so I got to go. I will, man. I'm going to go take a 3-hour nap and get up and vote. Listen, I actually want to... Tomorrow, in some areas, could be very dangerous. I don't want you guys to think that I am being over whatever. Tomorrow could be very dangerous. If you go out tomorrow, be careful. There's going to be a lot of interesting characters on both sides of the aisle. I'm not calling out one side over the other. Both have bad people. Take care tomorrow. I will be here tomorrow. I will be working. It's a straight shot on the highway for me to get here, so I don't have to pass anything to get here. I literally just get here. So I'll be here tomorrow night. Stay home. Tune in to me. Maybe keep the news on in the background. But I love you guys. I love each and every one of you, and I say it every night, and I mean it. Be careful tomorrow. We've already seen bad actors on both sides of the fence already over the last 48 hours. I don't want to have to read about somebody getting in the middle of something stupid. So if you're going to vote, vote. Keep your head down, vote. Get out of there. Go home. Stay home. Stay home. It could get extremely ugly tomorrow, but I'll be here tomorrow. We'll whatever unfolds as it unfolds, I will be with you tomorrow while it unfolds. So, take care, be safe. I love you, and I'm going to go.